You're so cute. Meow for the internet? Not you.
It's up the nose again. Says something to fetch the hose again.
I beg your pardon.
Gotta spray it out of
Okay. Meow.
taking drugs on air.
That's me on weekdays. Frequently because I realize during stream, oh, I need to take my pills.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet Remy.
Oh, too bad it's for I haven't touched a dusty, dusty dog.
Dusty
Boy, that dog got one. It's full of feldspar.
Would you mind turning the lamp up one click just until we actually do the...
Yeah, position 1 is usually just dog garbage in general.
I mean, it's fine if you...
Especially for when there's a camera around.
Yeah. One click is fine if you just need, like, a little light. But cameras need more than a little light to function well. Video cameras, at least. Still cameras, you can compensate with a slower shutter speed, but that comes with its own problems.
I think that was a lot better.
Meow. Meow. And cheap-ass webcam. Well, no, I didn't like cheap out on this webcam, but it's old, so it's probably comparable to some cheap-ass webcams now.
A cheap web-ass cam. I bought it off the cheap web.
And now it's making me remember web-ass, which is what we called the... back in high school, the online homework thing that we had to use for physics class. Like, he was the only one who used it, at least at that time. But it was called WebAssign. But, you know, because there's only so much space...
It got shortened.
Yeah. There's only so much space...
Some email subject line read, web-ass.
No, not email subject line, like... browser thing down on the taskbar got truncated. Yeah.
Web ass.
And eventually that got conflated to other things that uh, that people didn't enjoy. So, like, there was one book in English class that became Babass.
The bass.
All right, APR has seen us. Very good. I should probably make sure the dongle is entirely within range for the keyboard to work consistently.
Yeah, make sure the dongle's at the correct angle for the dingle ding.
Got something. Dingle, dongle, dingle.
I like how the forced perspective kind of makes it look like Remy has a mic.
You're listening to Cat Talk.
Damn, cat talk. Meow.
Meow.
This has been cat talk.
Sweet Mammy.
Oh, she's fastened in place by her own claws.
Yep. That happens. There. She figured out how to let go. So, good evening, Internet. It is 8:11 p.m. on Thursday, October 6th, 2022. Welcome to Thursday Thanatopsis. Lights, please. I'm your host, Mark Amsray, DJ Amstrack. That's Daniel. This is Remy. I should have kept the lights on for that much, probably.
Yes, actually.
Because now we can't see shit. Okay, one moment. Here. Screen light. Sufficient to see. Oh, I forgot to turn off the starting soon.
Red light, green light.
Yep.
Ooh, how's Cultist Cinema going?
Surprisingly well, but surprisingly only insofar as I have no idea what I'm doing, except somehow my second character is thriving.
Are you making your way up the manses?
Trying to. Like I said, I have no idea what I'm doing, but I have a good chunk of money, a lot of followers. Two of my stats are maxed, and the third nearly is.
And most importantly, did you get the funny bad end?
No, I just kind of went crazy.
Oh, okay.
Like, I'd barely even gotten off the ground in the first one.
Wait, you just like promptly went nuts?
But not promptly, but fairly quick.
Forgot to paint.
That was part of it.
Painting's important.
Yeah. Like, I wound up with... Yeah, I overloaded on dread, basically. I had too much dread and not enough contentment. With this one, with this character now, since, you know, you get to pick who you continue as in this, and I decided, hey, the only other person I really interacted with in that one was the detective who was assigned to my case. Let's continue as him. And yeah, I've been doing a lot of painting, uh, and like for the most part making good money at it, but it's not entirely consistent, and I wound up getting overexposed at some point. So I was like, okay, maybe I need to do something else as well, which is why my physical stat is also capped, because that means that I can uh, do just like unskilled jobs really fast, like 20 seconds faster than you can do it under uh, th- than just normally.
Because depending on your day job, something silly can happen if you get too good at
Mm.
it.
But yeah, I almost ran out of money because I kept throwing money at an expedition that I didn't have the stats for, it turned out.
Whoops.
Yeah, and everybody got wounded, and so I had to spend more money to get them back up. But I did eventually dig myself out of that pit by doing a lot of work as fast as I could and just getting people back on their feet as soon as I was able. And yeah,
Yeah, see, actually, a bunch of followers.
I now have technically I have 8 followers and 1 hanger on. I think 8 is as many unique followers as I can have. I had a 9th one, but they got arrested. Uh, would you mind moving the chair into catfoiling position? Don't lower the thing yet, though, because I need to switch scenes for starting, which we should do now. Join us, won't you? Sunless skies. We are continuing. There. Okay, now you can lower it. Might need to scoot the mouse pad back a tiny bit. Aw, sweet Rami. He's being affectionate. Look out for horrors.
Demons in the deep.
Wolvesy Station. Ah, yes, the note from Mr. Menagerie. Locomotive is in good repair. I have 7 crew. 4 free space in my hold.
Nice, that lead. You have question free.
Yep. Okay, I need 2 more seeds, which should be restocked by May 21st, I think. So I have a long time to wait on that. I haven't found a source of hours yet. And I need to find where I'm delivering it to as well. And I haven't found a source of munitions. And I haven't found lustrum yet either.
You can't buy crazy mansions?
I might be able to, but it won't be a deal, as it were. I would expect this to be the place that sold munitions. Yeah, no, that's it.
Okay, for some reason I thought these cannons and things that
And just
Spatchcock is something, isn't it?
load them with whatever's on hand, you know.
Crew members.
Okay, so now I also know that London is somewhere, or New London is somewhere off in that direction. I should.
There's something we either need from or to bring to New London.
Yes, we have someone to deliver
Yes.
there. So I should probably uncover it. There's a lot of other stuff to uncover as well, though, so I might swing at... No, wait, I'm already pointed this way, I think, so I may as well just...
Why does the legend feel the need to station platform translate wonder, horror, something ghastly, something great, something this, or something great? Or perhaps something ghastly, something great, something like this, or something great.
That much definitely rhymes.
And for some reason, a craving is the lips.
I mean, makes sense to me.
It's like something to hunger for? To consume?
Yeah, in one sense or another. Or wait, am I... No, I am pointed northwest. Okay. So I'll clear out this fog and then loop back around this way and start clearing that way. I think. No. That was it. Canter's still. Canter's still what?
Yeah, there's something weird in the zoo. They got like a brew house.
Oh yeah.
That's weird.
Brew at the zoo.
Zoo brew.
I mean, it's a good way to make money.
Honestly, I don't understand why Disney doesn't, at least in the summer. Why Disney doesn't advertise itself like the fact that the ice cream is cold with liquid nitrogen.
Young's found.
This stuff's cold as heck.
Heck. Kizagar Gardens. That's just a scout. Worry about it. Is that... don't understand it at all.
I'm led to understand that the sun was defeated in place of an artificial one. That's why London wasn't destroyed by the stone pigs. But, what is all this crazy place? Crazy stuff in it?
Well, no, wait, weren't the stone pigs just, like, part of the bazaar itself?
They were connected. Apparently, in the lore of the bazaar is like a big space crab.
Kinda, yeah.
It's kind of a star crab or something like that. And the very missing stuff.
Right.
That's the sun. It's not fire.
Homestead. Settlers who live so far beyond the edge of civilization relish the hardships of solitude. They will fiercely defend their small territories, but occasionally welcome company and trade. Let's see. Reduce terror. Yeah, I don't have a sky story or munitions. So we'll just reduce terror. Hospitality is important on the frontier. The settlers invite you to join them for a meal. You enjoy a meal of sticky porridge and viney vegetables. Afterwards, you and your hosts exchange non-committal observations on the war between stovepipes and tackities. Your crew are content for a time. One of them even speculates idly about settling down. Mountainous rocks clad in jackets of frost rise about you. Passes, airless.
if there was more things of interest on this.
As someone who tuned in yesterday, Memorial to the Unknown, commented that they definitely preferred Sunless Sea over Sunless Skies. I don't recall.
So they may have been on much better.
Oh, it's a battle. I'm going to keep my nose out of it. But I may stick around and scavenge the loser. Geez, they're firing a lot of shots, but they're not hitting very much. Is that a crumb, or was that... Oh, there's multiples. Okay. I will simply not worry about it. Yep.
That looks nothing like a dreadnought.
Cautious driver grimaces. Mother said illness is all in the mind. She'd fit right in here. What have we here? There's a place. Places are good. Places are where I can get stuff. Caroline. This peaceful Carmine institution was founded by devils from London and dedicated to the betterment of the soul. Botheridge's A Tour of Heaven describes it as a cross between a spa, a sanatorium, and purgatory. She commends its bracing airs. Airs. Enter Caroline's foyer. Gray stone, the color of a monastery. Attending devils and devilisses dressed in uniform and an incoming parade of the sick, the friendless, the dying, and those who think their lives would be better if only they were something else. This is Caroline, where souls are refined into something more impressive. Go and speak to the presiding deviless. She is an artisan of souls. Perhaps she can do something with yours. Perhaps she'll just offer you advice. Write a report, very good. You take some notes on a pilgrim's journey through Caroline. The first port of call is the beehive-shaped office near the center, or more accurately, the long queue leading into it. From there, the infernal attendants direct them to one of Caroline's 7 gardens to undergo penances. They certainly look penitent by the time they emerge. Presumably, their souls are much improved, not that you can tell. Abstemious. What does that word mean?
Abstinence.
Dictionary.com.
Showing results instead for abstemious. Is that what it's spelled? Yes, it is. Meaning and handy. And not self-indulgence, especially when eating or drinking.
Sparing or moderate. Temperate in diet.
Ah, she doesn't do it with his holes.
The presiding deviless works in an office shaped like a beehive, a stone and wickerwork building that stands all alone in the middle of Caroline's central courtyard. She conducts intake interviews with new patients one by one. After a long time in line, you reach her at last. Greetings, sir. How may we stretch, strain, purify, and strengthen you now you've come to Caroline? Her apron is starched, her dress pinstriped. There is a stack of patient files on her desk, color-coded. The corners of her mouth say she knows something about your disadvantage.
Do you know something to your disadvantage?
Knows something to your disadvantage.
Exquisite insects.
Such a dedicated user of Caroline, can you help her devise some new horrors for the minds of the unworthy? You need penance ordeal, penance inescapable truth, penance indulgence, penance excess, penance enlightenment, penance endurance, penance deprivation, penance shift of perspective. She must be used to explaining, to newcomers and to those whose memories are attenuated by pain. We do whatever is necessary to reclaim unsatisfactory souls, she says. She sits back in her chair, and you can imagine her making just such a pitch to the princes of hell. for humans primarily, though we do attend to a few other creatures elsewhere on the Great Chain. They come to us with souls that are stained, disused, in every kind of sordid condition, and we make them acceptable again. Most of those who come to us are volunteers. The rest are beyond the position of being able to volunteer, consigned to Carolon by their families or employers.
Ooh.
And after a stay at Carolon, what then? One should not enter if one does not know how to leave. Most people go home again, she says. Some find that they are weary of their souls and pass them on to us. We operate on that slender profit and on what we can get from donations or from sales of penance and forgiveness. She looks at the blank page before her. But what about you? You look sturdy enough to make full use of our services. Are you afraid of needles? What is your view on worms? Which do you fear more, venoms or poisons? She takes down a page or two on all your least favorite things. Yeah, da 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 da. Or can I put that in an even more minor key?
These are a few of my least favorite things.
Because that is kind of already minor, but it's not like a. Surely there's like a more foreboding mode that it could be put in.
Yeah, they switch some of the ascenders into descenders. This is being creepy.
Listen to a proposal and gain access to the terraces of Carolon. Sure. Listen, she says, you are free to make use of Carolon. Take a penance or two. Alter your soul. I think you'll find our services very imaginative. There is another matter I hope you will look into. A devil in rose-colored gloves. He used to supervise the Gaslight Terrace. He was removed from that position, but I fear he may still not be entirely aligned with the objectives of Carolon. If you find out anything about him, anything to his disadvantage, she looks grim. Bring me the evidence, and I will reward you. Turn to the center of Carolon. Come back if you have any other questions, says the Deviless. She has already opened the next file on her desk. Ooh, hours.
Hours.
How many did I need? Well, I mean, I may as well buy all 7 at that price. Well, I can't afford all 7, but I need 5, I think. Oh, I can't quite afford 5.
Heck.
Well, I can get 4 anyway. Which will leave me enough to buy 1 more unit of fuel, which will carry me back to, place.
Where do you take the hours?
A place I haven't found yet.
Oh, neat. Well, I guess you can throw them in the bank since they're cheap.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can deliver just those 4 as soon as I find the place.
Right, but if you have to, like, go back to the... Well, it depends on inventorial needs.
Yeah. Grimoires. Gourd of Chorister Nectar. They don't sell fuel. Okay, well, I'm going to have to make quick back to, central area. New Winchester. I can... There's probably...
That might sell you photos. Maybe we'll change the Winchester.
Not really.
Next, what areas could be things? What's it say south of the line of shepherds?
That is something that I need a saying for.
Something grave. It's like, yeah, you're probably gonna have to go to New Manchester. Everything is too far apart in the sky.
Yeah, there's probably a passage through there that I can cut
It's like,
through.
what? Are they trying to make it like actual space, all big and everything takes forever?
Except there's way too much stuff here for it to be actual space.
Like when you,
Oh, I was talking with my friend Helen earlier, trying to find a word to describe the apparently strange physics of this place.
hmm,
Because, like, it's like space, stuff seems to float around, and yet things that are too small to have appreciable gravity have buildings on them and people walk on them. Uh,
yeah, buildings make sense because you can just you can just build something on the side of a floating rock, sure. But people walking around on it, that's a little weird.
yeah. Uh, in my blog post, I made the bastardization of a word anthropoconvenient,
Yay!
which I didn't really like because that's mashing Greek and Latin together. She offered, what was the word again?
What's the word again? Do 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 do. Flip the bird again.
Parachrismatic, which is a coined compound word. You won't find that in a dictionary, but it basically means helpfully disordered.
Hmm.
So, like, the referring to the how conveniently inconsistent things like gravity are here.
Hmm. This sounds like a term for someone's messy room that's like looks and sort of is messy, but they know where everything is.
Possibly also that.
Things spread out for easy access rather than order.
Okay, climb the dock.
She still hasn't had a well-meaning friend or relative clean up their stuff. Much to the detriment.
I don't believe it. There she goes again. She's tidied up and I can't find anything.
Hmm?
Poetry
Figuring out
in
these things.
motion.
Especially
And
knowing
she
that people
turns
insist on putting like intentionally scattered things into the places they are needed.
Yeah,
Like, no, you don't put the scissors with the other scissors. You put the scissors everywhere you're going to need scissors.
yes, exactly. I should take another facet.
What use is a big pile of scissors?
What did the winds of fate hold in store? Below stairs. A moment of inspiration for a lost love. The gradual erosion of that which separates you from someone else. The fitting together of two lives as intricately and intimately as the threads in a tapestry or the cells in your skin. And when one of those lives ends, what remains of the other? Spell in prison, scarred, a scandal. Well, that one grants a moment of inspiration, so let's,
Yeah, it's worth a total of 8 points.
mm-hmm.
And the inspiration. What's the one with the teacups and friends?
That was the below stairs. The comforts of every well-to-do household rely upon the scurrying, grinding work of its servants. And I can get some more mirrors out of it as well. Love. Oh, yeah. You loved, you lost. How badly does it hurt now? Like a gnawing ache, a hole in the heart. You feel always that something is missing. In the middle of other things, you will look up and around, and then remember that they will never be there. Or sometimes grief is raw, ravaging, a wolf howl in a midwinter's night. At other times it sullenly slinks, waiting for a reason, any reason, to lift its head and howl again.
Ooh.
Ah, ooh.
Hearts.
Yeah, we have lots of hearts. We're a Time Lord.
We only have 2.
That's lots for a humanoid. You're low on fuel. The high wilderness is cold. Once you run out, you'll only have a few opportunities to remedy this before you freeze to death. You can buy more at most ports. To check if a port sells fuel, select it on the chart.
So you can click a port on the map and see if it sells fuel or not.
That's good.
Good enough.
That's not the button I meant to
So you
hit.
can't convert supplies into fuel anymore?
That might be one of the opportunities that you have.
There's more food here than something on.
Yeah,
That's clearly different.
that's another thing that Sunless Sea had over this one. That you're on the surface of the sea. If something is sticking out of it, you'll run into it. Whereas if something is beneath the waves, that might get a little more complicated, but
Here's a strange question. What in the world is keeping you at the sea level you're at?
right?
Hey.
The Z level. Hey.
They should have got more Elite Dangerous with this.
Ooh.
That would be weird.
That would have been weird.
On the other hand, like, flying your train or shit, that'd be neat.
Trappisto's Hurry.
Definitely not putting me to the train for anything. Read about them in a while ago.
Well, we're kind of passing by it right now.
Hey, someone's on the way to do it.
It is.
Question is, are these tokens to be explored?
I mean, crop stops are always nice.
I do wish the camera would stop zooming right the heck in like that.
Yeah.
It's not great for navigation when it does that. And I guess you just like hit again.
Yeah.
Try it again. Try it again.
Here we are. Shoops. Victoria Market. I can afford one more fuel. Great.
Anyone's quest.
Let's well, let's see. Where did it say that these were bound? West northwest. Oh, no. So in this area here. So I could visit the company house to deliver that port report, which will net me quite a bit, and then come back for some more fuel and supplies, and then head out and look for the place.
I think your next big upgrade is the beach, and everything is too far apart right here.
Yeah.
looking fuel consumption, but it's okay. Fuel is so much cheaper in schools.
Mm-hmm.
I realized it was like that in the city too, wasn't it?
I think supplies were cheaper than fuel, actually. Come on. Just picking the company house right now to keep the balance of power.
And imagine if you actually had like a first week
Be all Interstellar or Galaxy Express. Company, deliver port reports. 100 sovereigns. Mm-hmm. Okay, back to New Winchester, then out to wherever that place was. What was the name of it? I just got the
unbelievable circus. The inconceivable circus.
Yeah. Inconceivable.
I'm sure that word means anything.
Thank you, Inigo. Shops. Victoria Market. 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay. Hopefully that'll be enough for us to find the place. Okay, continue on this heading for a while. Let's see what turns up. Long Knuckle Pass. A long... No. This place was a battlefield, brave of tackities and stovepipes alike. Sheridan's Expanse. Holmir and Plenty's Circus. Here we are. Always wanted to go to a circus. Mother said no. Poor people. Disease. Driver looks forlorn. Here's the dock captain, the signaler declares, and the crew are relieved at the thought of solid land. Lopsided, but it works. Traveling circus is settled here, too afraid to go further and too afraid to turn back. Its clanking, gaudy locomotive scavenges such audiences as it can from nearby homesteads and delivers them for an evening of shabby, desperate, big-top magic. Mr. Menagerie! Recruit the amiable vagabond. You find him waiting serenely at Gervaise's rest, clay pipe clamped between his teeth. Actually, let's visit the shops first. Turn in the 4.
Ching!
Big ka-ching.
A sale shop and shop.
Oh, I need that.
Carefully packed great ammunition.
A crow-like captain sells used but functional armaments scavenged from the cold wreckage of a sky battle. Good pickings when the Takadis and stovepipes fight, he observes professionally. Is it just 3 of those that I need, or is it 5? It's 5.
Oh, there's 3 of them.
Yup. Okay, so that'll be mid-June when those are ready again. And in the meantime, I can go back for some more seeds. It should be about the right time by the time I get there. Time. To see what's become of me. The new Big Top shop. May as well get a couple more supplies, because they're no more expensive here than anywhere else. Now, what are you, amiable vagabond? You find him waiting serenely at Gervaise's rest, clay pipe clamped between his teeth. He claims to be an expert in snake wrangling, thimble twisting, and stick swinging. He professes to be a psychologist, mythologist, and escapologist. He boasts he can tell stories that'll haunt you until you die, and play tunes that'll make stones dance. If all that fails to entice you, he supposes he could turn his hand to signaling. Okay, he couldn't care less for your sovereigns. He wants to swap stories. And I do not have any sky stories.
Oh, you have some.
And I already have a signaler. No, I don't think I did. If I did, then I had...
Oh, you had Tales of Heaven.
Yeah, Visions of Heaven, I think is what it was. Perhaps not. The greatest show! That's what the adverts promise. The reality is not impressive. Aside from the big top that dominates the circus, the place is shabby, poorly maintained, and even more poorly attended. Bored-looking circus folk run rotting booths. The clowns' painted-on smiles are no match for the deep-set misery behind the grease paint. Even the calliope music, playing on a rundown piano, is more grimly resolute than cheery. The 8 of Bats! Purchase tickets to the circus. A bored urchin in a dusty top hat waits to take your money. Write a port report. Yes, this doesn't seem a location of tactical importance. Even so, there may be interest in who attends. I mean, apparently there have been battles near here. Why would you have a battle somewhere that isn't of tactical importance? The big top looms dramatically in the fog of the Reach, but it's not nearly as imposing as the massive obelisk floating nearby. Some enterprising soul has hung bunting between it and the big top. As for the circus itself, outside of the performers, it is practically deserted. You may be the first new face in the audience in quite a while. Guests are not allowed back here. That makes it more interesting. 10 sovereigns? I can do 10 sovereigns. The urchin hands over your tickets with no apparent enthusiasm. Thanks, he mutters. Visit the ticket booth. The grubby urchin is nowhere to be seen. Back in, it says, followed by an indecipherable scribble. How useful. Enter the big top, the pride of the circus, whatever that counts for here. No one in the meager audience displays any enthusiasm, not even when the ringmaster thunders in on a horse-drawn calliope. Then come the acts themselves. Oh dear. The humiliated magician's trapdoors fail to open, leaving his glamorous assistant notably unvanished. The bereaved acrobat swings from a single trapeze, the other hangs lonely and unused. The pensive clown's fire-juggling act ends in disaster, and not the humorous kind. The less said about the lion tamer, the better. He should recover.
Well, that's depressing.
Mm-hmm.
If there's anything you can do to help these people.
Visit the amusements. At first glance, the circus is in poor shape. A second glance reveals how much worse things are than that. You try the battered mushrooms and realize why they have yet to take off as a beloved snack. Attempting to dispose of the bag, you duck behind a stall and find a pile of them already waiting. Another visitor pokes their head around. Is this where the bags go? She asks and deposits her own with the rest.
Circus staff are coming to recognize your face.
Sure, nothing else to do. Try to sneak behind the tents. A pair of clowns whose painted-on smiles do not match their actual scowls spot you almost immediately. There's nothing funny about the heavy sticks they carry. You are less than politely escorted back to the big top. Perhaps if you were better known around here, they would be less concerned.
Ah. That's the point.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was gonna, like, contest your private low fails.
34% chance of success. Why not? I could, use an extra hand, maybe. So that,
At
does
the
it...
very least, you don't want to lose 2 more.
Yeah, exactly. Success! Your new crew member stares back, first at the big top, then at the vast carved obelisk. With difficulty, they turn away. Ready for service, Captain.
That obelisk has itself on people, doesn't it? Everybody says you could always use a clown. You could always use a clown or something.
Okay. Well, that's all there.
I guess the quest here is get known a little bit more, go behind the thing, and investigate the obelisk eventually.
Okay. Port Avon. Then back to Carillon. Yeah, Port Avon to pick up seeds. Carillon to pick up more hours. Then back here to deliver the hours. And maybe I can find where to take the munitions as well.
Is there anything else needed at Penguins?
At Magdalene's, isn't that where I'm taking the no, that's the first place that I took the...
Oh yeah, and you had like their full consent.
Yeah, it's Titania where I need to deliver.
Yeah, exports, tourists are next.
Yeah.
Flowers for titanium.
Titangernon. Sure. Okay, so it's Port Avon, then to Titania, then through New Manchester, I get. New Winchester, excuse me.
New
Wrong,
Manchester sounds a little bit more British, I would say. New
wrong,
Winchester just sounds like someone has a new rifle.
wrong Chester.
New Winchester, home of the gun. That's just all it is.
One more supplies. Oh, look at those banners. That looks nice. And there's the obelisk in question.
That's the Leipzig Enterprising just hung up to the. Yeah. Yeah, the blue.
Oh, who have we here? Oh. They are fighting each other, it would seem. I should... Or... No, those are both... those are both stovepipes. Okay, let's... I was worried that I might not want to get between them. Mm-hmm.
I have no idea how much impact these current power you.
Which isn't much.
You bolstered them a bit. They're a bit ahead now.
I think they were already a bit ahead. Because, like, I've given both of them the same amount of help. Like, I have earned 3 favors from each. Jungsvenbland. Lawn Gnomeland?
Long node.
Oh, okay. I heard Lawn Gnome.
Not much of an antonym for who found that.
No, it's not. I thought you were just playing with words.
Long that's a Michelin's theft from.
Stole the tires! All the leaves are red, the leaves are red.
The sky is weird.
And the sky is weird.
Sleepy silence lies amongst hollow, haunted ruins.
Ah! Dang it.
That's satisfying stuff. It's got some bait.
Yeah, I didn't turn quite fast enough. Yeah, small dent. I'm fine, though. Oh, I'm like 2 days early.
Oh, that is pooped. Wagons available, not yet. Oops.
Actually, I'll wait and purchase fuel after I come back, just in case I don't expend it before expend the last of either of those units first. Is there anything that I can do to pass time here?
Hey, cheap fuel.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sure. The oily-faced girl from the docks helps roll the barrels onto the engine and into the cargo hold, ready for use. Okay, well, those are both pretty near to expiring, so I'll have 2 spots back quick enough.
Sweet.
Right, a port report.
How much volume do you have left?
Is it under possessions?
Probably.
Favor, port reports, your train now? I think it would be under favor, but
This is. Yeah, this is kind of like specific to Port Avon, so.
yeah.
Perhaps if you jump over something that consumes it and then hover over the icon, it'll tell you anything.
Probably. Let's see, Village Green? Haven't visited this person yet. Someone has grafted brass wheels to the carcass of an old armoire and impaled its top with a jaunty damasked umbrella. A man stands behind it, flesh and finery, the colors of the dawn, shepherding customers through their sampling of wines. Sweet wines, sour wines, subtle wines, and sinful. Spirits of every vintage, save, of course, the Hesperidean cider. He gives a small, sad laugh. I know because I looked. This is the only place with real apples, but even here, that cider eludes me. He beckons you with a gloved hand. Ask him about the Hesperidean cider. A rare vintage, unheard of and unseen since London. This merits investigation. Come here. Come close and listen, you effervescent thing. I have a story. An associate of mine, he once gave me a sip of it, one golden drop to place under my tongue, and my life was changed. A carnivorous pleasure steeps in his voice as he speaks. I went back to the store immediately, of course, but price was too much. And then eventually the dreams drained away, and now I'm here serving wine to drunks. His laughter is black and bitter, but the auroral sommelier gives you the address. Sommelier gives you the address nonetheless, just in case. If you decide to risk the same grief, savor it for me. An unusual shop in London.
Cider of the Hesperides.
Uh-huh.
Hesperides nuts! Sorry.
I need more drink.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. That just seemed like a humorous time to do that.
Especially since it makes it sound like you talked about a different kind of drinking.
Yeah.
Truth be told, folks, he's just grabbing some caffeine. That got weird. Nope. Never.
I think I managed to catch Ruby on the mic earlier.
Aw, cute.
It's like she meowed very quietly, but I had the microphone right up in her face. But that is not always a guarantee, though. Like, frequently her purrs don't come through, even if it's, like, right there.
The ASCR there.
Autonomic sensory cat response.
Yep.
Or autonomous, not autonomic.
Oh yeah, there wasn't like the psychiatrist at the place recommended I try CBT. It was so hard not to burst out laughing because of the other meeting.
Yeah. I mean, that is the meme, you know?
Yep.
Like
So
that.
was that fake Toho game
That's exactly what I was about to mention.
with the terrifying sunflower yokai girl.
Yeah. It's called, like, CBT with such and such, whatever her name is. Yuka? Yeah.
Maybe.
And yeah, that's the whole joke. She just talks to you about cognitive behavioral therapy.
Yep.
51% chance of success. Eh, why not? I'll try it.
Success at visiting the allotments.
Yay. The contents of the allotments are unlike familiar vegetables, but it helps to look for the similarities. That bulbous squash is too lumpen, too spotty, too purple to be a marrow, but it is more like a marrow than it is like a cucumber. The little fruits clumped on the serpentine vines are certainly not cherries. Cherries are not hairy, but they're closer to cherries than they are to, say, kiwi fruit. Or otters. Call it a marrow, then. Call them cherries. It helps, somehow. The gardener, mistaking your cognitive reshuffle for hunger, offers you a handful of freshly dug, tapered, tiger-striped roots. Let's call them carrots. You are wearing out your welcome. Does not tell me how much I have left.
Oh, no. You had 7 at some point, so I guess you're down to like 4.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, well, while I wait for the calendar to tick over, I can F some clouds.
Dirt up, dirt down.
Dirt. Hairy cherries.
Hairy cherries, the new flavor from Ben & Jerry's.
Well, wasn't he that? Oh shoot! What was it that he did? All I can remember is the Will Ferrell caricature of him.
Ben & Jerry's hairy cherries. Put them in your mouth.
Okay, I thought he was a sports announcer of some sort, but I was so uncertain of that. My favorite planet is the sun. It's like the king of planets.
No, that's sad. Pretty good. Actually,
Which one?
Whatever year that was.
Oh. Hey, hours. I forgot I had the drill.
what the? Oh, okay, that's what that freakish sound was. case, may as well go walking on the sun. Yeah, Saturn's the moon king of his 83 moons.
What about Prawn Boy then?
Insanity Cute. He's just some crazy con.
Toast King. Dang it. Okay.
So I get a feeling Insanity's not actually his first name, but it's
Should be his middle name.
yeah, I mean, he's actually like MC Insanity from Unboy or something. But he goes by Insanity.
Lots of people go by their middle names. Real quick, I need how many more? 2 more. Perfect, that's exactly how many I have room for.
The dose.
Nectar?
Sure, Sir Nectar.
That's not seeds. That's not seeds at all.
Well, I
I guess I can turn.
bargains aren't always what we want.
And I suppose I can just.
You need to find like a standard export.
Yeah.
Much worse to
No, but this is cheaper than I can. Than I can sell it for in New Winchester, so I may as well just for profit. Oh, I don't have room for that. Right. I can't get them all because I only have room for 2. It wasn't a driver. It was a swashbuckler.
I remember when Mythbusters proved you can't actually do that on a sail.
No.
They got like these little reinforcement strips across them that
Ooh.
so that you can still get caught. Unveil.
Crate of nostalgic crockery. Fine London china, porcelain plates bearing the Empress's face, cups and saucers traced with roses. Yeah, okay, I suppose I can jettison some fuel. Although those supplies are nearly spent, you'd think I could just...
Yeah, it'd be cool if you like cancel out of this and then use a creative supplies. Instead of having to jettison something necessarily.
Yeah. But that is doubtless worth more than the fuel, so...
You want a bunch of schemes.
Skags.
they're not skags. They're skags out here.
Get you the best bandwidth. Almost scraped. Didn't quite. Okay. Shops. Bizarre. A polyphonic penance. Nectar for Carolon. Chorister nectar.
Well, we know where to get some cheap. I mean,
Well, I just got 2, so.
up to 5.
Uh-huh.
Got 2, they sell easily more than 3. Okay, that seems doable.
Yeah. Be reliably purchased at Titania and Carolon. Wait, I can purchase it at Carolon?
Which is where they're running it? In Carolyn?
That seems weird.
Well, it's currently very on sale down at
Yes.
where we were. So, yep.
Let's see. I should probably just bank some stuff. I'll bank that too. I could just sell it, but I have a feeling there might be something to do with it later. In the meantime... But in the meantime...
In the meantime,
Not remotely what I was...
Time shouldn't be time.
Okay. Let's turn in some ports.
Any opportunities in town?
Let's see. Inquire about the Winchester War. Slow-burning war for the Reach forms the backdrop to daily life in New Winchester. Citizens wishing to keep up with developments in the war turn to the New Gazette. It is famously the only newspaper worth reading in New Winchester, as well as the only paper that hasn't bankrupted itself. Its quality speaks for itself. Read about the latest news. Tensions mount in the Gulf of Gloam as the stalled Tackety Scout refuses any attempt at rescue by patrolling Windward Company engines. The captain has called in aid from a Tackety contingent on maneuvers near Trader's Wood, which the Windward commander is unwilling to let approach. Bloodshed is expected imminently. I don't believe I've found any of those places.
So, people are being idiots, and they'll probably wind up fighting over it. Sounds like the story of humanity.
Yeah.
Swarms of idiots fighting over who's the bigger dumbbell.
Woo. Okay, the circus probably won't have more Actually, they might not even get more munitions in as bargains, considering we found the Ting. Okay. Her political situation. The Assembly runs New Winchester from Victory Hall and seeks to strengthen its hand in the Reach. London's proxy, the Windward Company, however, maintain a considerable presence in the Reach. Although New Winchester is still neutral ground, tensions are mounting within and without the port. Search the New Gazette for your name.
Probably not.
Your name does not appear on any of the Tackety-focused reporting on the war. Apparently you are not considered worthy of comment. There's no mention of you among the stories about the Stovepipe's recent fortunes. You are not of interest to them. Okay, well, that appears to be all here.
Just a town where hats blow away.
Woo. Okay, since that bit of fuel is nearly spent, I'll go ahead and buy one more. Since I've helped both sides thrice, I think, help the Tacketies again with these port reports. She listens with a scowl. Well, I'd rather know than not, I suppose. Thank you for bringing this to me rather than the bloody stovepipes. I'll arrange a gratuity.
Yeah, I should probably get into stovepipes a little more. They have a routine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maintaining the balance doesn't mean giving the stovepipes a leg up to make them even. Okay. So now if I head back down there, I can get the rest of that honey. Then head up to Carillon. Maybe I can find an alternate route round this way.
If just one time I would make a northeast passage and find a viable path over that way.
I kind of fell apart.
There's not a lot of sea up here.
No. Kind of feels like there is, given how we're traversing it, but
Yes, basically train.
like on a flat expanse.
Dude, underman, you got like 8.
One of your crew cabins sits empty. Yeah, but that's out of 10. But a story has taken root among the crew that something sleeps in there on nights when the wind howls. Something that leaves frost on the bed sheets. Some of the crew have begun raiding the pantries to leave bowls of food outside the cabin door. Your cook complains. Discipline the crew, force someone to sleep in the empty cabin, Prove to the crew that there's nothing to fear, do nothing. Let them have their superstitions.
Or sleep in the cabin yourself.
Yeah. That has a 40% chance of success, despite my excessive hearts. 50... 66. Yeah, let's not lose more supplies. We go through them quick enough as it is. Success. You impose extra shifts for the whole crew, polishing the pipework, unclogging the latrines and inventory. They quickly learn not to waste good food on this superstitious mummery. The bowls outside the empty cabin's door disappear.
Yeah. Here goes. Must be because your chair hit the top.
Well, that bottom pip is just nightmares.
No, the chair bar is in sections.
Oh, you're right, it is.
It's like 3.
I see. Shoops. More nectar. And then off to Carol.
Cuddles go. Sounds adorable.
Oh, jeez. Oh, ouch. Yeah.
And it died of crashing into us.
An abandoned signal box. What?
What?
The signal box is shrouded in gray. Close up, you see that the box is covered in delicate webs, studded with cocoons. From the blue and white pattern of one bundle, it appears a spider has trapped a teapot. Inside, beneath a desk covered with rusted levers, is a luggage trunk. Captains in dire need can borrow from the cash inside, but custom dictates that they must later replenish it. Recruit a fatalistic signalman, you detect a whiff of cigarette smoke as you enter. A man in a gray uniform and gray bowler rises from a chair. Evening, I don't suppose you're looking for a signaler? It does not sound hopeful. How long has he been waiting here? I already have a signaler, thank you though. Read the ledger. Captains who withdraw from the cash should note their name and ship and what they took. Occasionally they add anecdotes. You will gain a vision of the heavens or sky stories. Hey, sky stories. The handwriting is poor, but legible. Captain Chan deposited fuel in the cache, hoping to gain good luck. There's a column for miscellaneous notes. The captain details various damages done to their engine and the causes. Hull, aggrieved cantankerity. Backplate, bad launch off Port Prosper. Front plate, bad landing on Port Prosper. Hull again, Jones. A change in personnel gives the captain optimism for the next leg of the journey. You don't really need anything else. Stokers work vigorously. This place makes them yearn for the riotous camaraderie of New Winchester. There we go. This bull was a king of its kind, an isopod with the dimensions of an elephant, sheathed in layer upon layer of semi-calcified armor plates, all wrapped around the temperament of an embittered badger. Now it is a ruin of muscle and shell. Chisel precious stones from its carapace. Gain sovereigns. Spend supplies to try and acquire a caged catch. 24%.
An apprentice?
Or use your cannery, which I don't have.
Extraction's hard.
At some point, I should have a cannery, but I do not yet. So, let's just... money. 53 sovereigns. You and the crew chip chunks. My brain nearly ran that together. You and the crew chipmunks of gleaming stones from the shell. Some shine like quartz, some glisten, banded like tiger's eye. Some as deep and solemn as polished jade.
Damn chipmunks! Bunch of chipmunks!
Abandoned homestead. You sit down beside a cold, silent homestead. The windows are boarded, the door locked, but the foliage in the garden hasn't grown wild. It was abandoned in a hurry, and recently. 34% chance of success. May as well take a look. The house is empty, except for a stinking corpse laid out on the kitchen table. A tablecloth, rapidly discoloring, has been laid over it for modesty. Boxes under the table contain old crockery, which must have been imported through the avid horizon in the first days of the Empire's expansion. Another crate of nostalgic crockery, and 10 terror. That's a bit. this place certainly looks interesting. Oh dear. I'm not sure I want to find out what you are. Desolation of Saliva. Old ruins are locked in the ice. Their staircases leading nowhere. I had a friend climb one of them stairs. I didn't get the rest of that. Something happened. Ooh. Horror. Oh! Nope, 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 nope. Getting out of here.
I don't think what in his hands.
Nor do I. Ah!
Let's leave that to its previous.
Yep. Break line of sight and leave it behind. Hopefully.
Thing.
Hey, jerkfish.
Apparently it's a medicine platform. So you take this out.
Cantankerous are lumbering, half-fossilized isopods that will attack anything they disapprove of. Given that they are very ancient and murderously grumpy, that means almost everything. The largest chunk of the Cantankerous still lives. They can be slow to die. Stubbornness, perhaps, or the sluggish journey of signals along their calcified nerves. Listen to its last complaint. Its parting grumble is bitter and mournful. Your crew share tales of the Cantankerous to distract them from the noise.
You got 50 XP for him.
It booms like a cracked foghorn, as if death were yet another wearisome indignity it was forced to tolerate. They gather in old places, as Stoker says, and make those noises at each other, like they're planning something, or telling stories. An engineer shakes her head. They only have one story, and it's about how everything's terrible now.
Booming, eh? So another term for these creatures might be,
Boomers?
Red says, "Sir, are you aware of the most important keybind X? It shoots your train whistle."
I did find that. I haven't used it this week, though. And who said that?
One Elfred. Elfred? Alephre.
Aleph Red?
Twitch user.
Cool. Welcome.
Yes.
Let's do this. Again. The Cantankerous emits a long, flatulent eruption. It sounds as if someone had punctured a hippo. An engineer clears his throat. Once saw her, the Cantankerous mob a scornfluke. Must have been 24 of them. So furious they impaled themselves on its spines to get at it.
Elfred says, "I always tune in for some Sunless guys."
Heck yeah. This is my first playthrough of it. I played the heck out of Sunless Sea a few years ago.
Yep.
woot.
You can tell it's a first playthrough. Just look at this. Look at how high the terror gauge is.
Mm-hmm. No, we bought ammunition from the clown.
Okay.
Clown shot.
What has happened to the stars? Tyrannical force in this universe, but it's still kind of troubling that like stars are gone. Because when you we got chores to nectar for you.
Hey, cheap hours. How many more do I need? And how many do I have? The buoyant broker has been trying to sell hours to devils. They just ain't interested, he complains. Suspicious, ain't it? Who'd turn down a little more time, eh? Show me a contented man and I'll show you a lunatic. I think the devils are immortal.
Yeah, they're like immortal space bees.
Wait, the devils are bees?
Yeah, it's something that you can kind of learn in some seas. You like,
They're the buzzing, right.
yeah, the buzzing, and at one point a devil reveals its true form under some circumstance or other. It's like he's got compound eyes.
Huh.
It's the honey and the buzzing. And
Oh, I only need to deliver one more. Well, that's still a good deal.
the deal's so good you may as well arbitrage.
Mm-hmm.
Arbitrage.
Okay.
Just carefully doesn't end in arbitragedy.
Boo. No fuel here, so I should probably,
Oh, and if you're not done delivering chorister nectar, they sell chorister.
Yeah, that they do.
How many more do they need?
They're paying twice as much as they sell it for.
What?
So, two more.
Okay.
1, 2.
Watch those shoes.
That's silly. The Devils of Carolon are experimenting with a new penance involving close harmony singing. They request up to 5 gourds of chorister nectar, which is considered a vocal panacea by opera singers and actors. Carolon, yes, I know where Carolon is. I am there.
Carolyn is right freaking here.
It's right friggin' here. Sorry. The presiding deviless takes the gourds herself. Fabulous. He would hate for the limitations of the penitent's vocal cords to obstruct their treatment.
Eat. What about Bree says, I don't see why they don't just sell their themselves. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I know you don't want to necessarily get high on your own supply, but, like, you're using it for experimental treatment, you got a supply of it. Why not just,
An overgrown shrine. The path leads you to a broken statue, seemingly ignored by the Devils of Carolon, except for whoever placed the freshly lit candles at its feet. The face is poorly carved, but its features unmistakable. The burrower below stares at you through one gemstone eye and an empty socket. A terrifying visage, but with something comforting to offer, too. Steal an offering from the burrower below, that doesn't sound like a good idea. That doesn't sound like a good idea at all.
What's the icon on the right guy say?
Is unlocked when the attention the burrower below is "You are watched." No thanks.
Let's just contemplate the stats, shall we?
Yeah.
Let's do the less harm.
Your terror has fallen.
Oh, God.
While the statue is the raw material of nightmares, there is something soothing about the idea that even a beast like this might be harnessed, that there is the chance of such an ally for those who crack the code of offerings and prayer. Whether it is actually listening, it is impossible to tell. The thought that it even might, however, is something to hold on to in the dark. Travel around Carolon. Carolon is broken into terraces where most of the soul treatments take place. Some are easier to access than others. Visit the Gaslight Terrace. Dozens of newcomers walk in that direction. It must be a safe choice. Try to enter the Bell Garden. The ascent is rocky. The sound of chimes is audible all the way down here. Unlocked by learning what happens at Carolon. When you have purification for the Bell Garden. Is at the Checkerboard Garden. It is reached by a flight of wrong-sized steps. The risers too steep and the flats too narrow.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Shift of perspective.
Nice. Visit the Stunted Grove. At the center of Carolon, a half-height grove of blackthorn bushes. Penance Ordeal.
Whoa.
The Garden of Insatiable Roses. Only penitents with stained souls may visit the Garden of Insatiable Roses. Penance excess can be gained here. You need a stained soul to be admitted. And apparently mine is.
You're stained infinitely.
Yep.
Sand garden.
You need a clear soul to be admitted. Skull, a flail, a fly on its back. At the Terrace of Glass Statues. You need a flickering soul to be admitted. And I managed to misread that for a brief moment. Dyslexia kicking in. I just saw, you need a effing soul to be admitted.
Yeah, you soulless piece of shit. You soulless piece of shoe.
I need to go record my life. Do excuse me. I shall return.
I don't like the idea of insatiable roses. What is it they're insatiable for? Blood spilled by their thorns? Do they thirst for butt tons of water? Man, this troubles me. So a grove of thorn bushes, just boy, that sounds unpleasant. Also, Hams just yelled something from the oven, and I didn't read it. Yep, yelled something else, and I didn't quite hear it. Hey Vince, can you relay what he just said there? Here we go. One of the house cats had followed him in there and then walked back out. Ah. Yes, I saw that frog. It was a very large frog. That was a lot of frog. I didn't know White's tree frogs could get that big, actually. Big potato frog. And I left out the verb. I didn't know White's tree frogs could that big. Mm. And then it accidentally the whole banana. Actually, that may have been pretty intentional. Hungry frog. Weird to see a frog eating fruit, though. The frog's imagination? That's a pretty hard limit, then. Froggies are not very smart creatures. Adorables I'll get out, but dumb enough to try to eat anything they think is smaller than them. I mean, there are some pretty big frogs. The Goliath frog is a frog about the size of a medium-sized dog. But oddly enough, they are not. They really take a huge amount of advantage of their size. They're actually quite docile. They're just big. There's never a picture of someone just like picking up the huge frog and holding it. And the frog's just like, well, this is happening. Don't know what's happening, but this is. Meanwhile, you know, if you pull the same trick with like an American bullfrog scaled up to the same size, you're going to bleed. Bullfrogs will bite. And a bullfrog that big will do damage. They do have big tentacles. Oddly enough, the frog with like the biggest tadpole, like flipping huge tadpoles, actually grows into just like a completely unimpressive frog. It's like, in fact, I think it might actually be a toad that has the biggest tadpole. I forget, but there's like a frog or toad with like a huge tadpole that actually gets a little bit smaller when it grows up. Obviously, the White's tree frog is also known as the dumpy tree frog, which, yeah, thanks for ruining that, internet. And dump truck froge. You're just imagining like a big old dump truck just loaded with amphibians. Just like raises up the bed and frogs just pile out and start hopping all over the place, climbing things. Yo, who ordered the several metric tons of frogs? That'd be me. Just dump them in the pond. They'll know where to go. They know what to do. Today on incredibly strange Grand Theft Auto missions. Steal a dump truck and use it to deliver a bunch of mafia frogs to somewhere. Just get them to the place. They know what to do. The rarely spotted mafia frog. Rarely spotted because naturalists who have seen it were encouraged to not have seen nothing. If you know what I mean. What under the stars is a spatchcock? I've heard that term before. It's kind of chicken. What else is it? It's a chicken or game bird split open and grilled. Well, that's something to call your space train, isn't it? The giant frog is adorable, yes. There's just so much frog to be had. This particular frog is apparently so freaking large he can barely use his sticky pads to stick to glass. He says slides out like, I'm too heavy apparently. There's a kitty over that made of darkness on the floor. Not to worry, bananas cannot think. They are bananas.
Idiots.
That's neat.
I say I've never seen a frog eat a banana before.
A 2,000-year-old mask of green serpentine was found in Teotihuacan. Check that out.
Huh, it's well preserved indeed.
Mm-hmm. One wonders what sort of transformations would befall one who dons it.
Oh boy.
One wonders. Ha! Well played, sir. was about to say, one wonders, but one suspects.
Apparently, spatchcock is a chicken or game bird split open and grilled. So that's a name. Also, there's British slang where it means to stuff things together inappropriately, to interpolate or insert something in a forced or inconverse manner. So the engine's a little on the slapdash side.
The path runs around the side of Carillon to an area that cannot be seen at all from the center. It's a narrow and unassuming path, almost overgrown, and the ground underfoot is soft earth.
Oh.
Read the footprints. Who has come here before you? The footprints of men and women and devils and goats are printed in the soil, and there, unspoiled by the other tracks, a highly arched footprint with 3 toes. How often, asleep, have you remembered this creature, and how often have you forgotten it waking up?
What?
By the fence, there is a composting pile. Thousands of worms are reducing to mulch, a heap of unacceptable book matter. Most of the books were confiscated from penitents. Now and then the compost catches fire, and a supervising devil has to put it out. But this fertilizer explains the aggression of the plants that grow here. I need 10 penance.
Something about an unspeakable beast? What is it? And down below, penance.
Oh.
Again by into the okay, so I can run source of steam.
24% chance of success. Maybe not right now. Approach the hellish penitent. She is participating in a picnic. At the center of the garden is a picnic banquet. There is too much frosting on all of the cakes, too much oil in the salads, but several of the penitents sit glumly eating with only their own clothes for napkins. The deviless sits among them, eating treacle from a jar. Ask what she's doing here. She's paying a price on her own behalf. Or leave her to her picnic. She has a great deal to get through. Supposedly, says the deviless between bites, the souls of devils are incapable of being refined. You make some adjustments, improve here and there, and then a death or two later, and all the work is gone. But I'm determined. If humans can be improved, so can I.
You're making deals with the penitent deviless.
Well, I don't have either of those things. So, leave her to her picnic. And return to the center. When you get to the end of the path, it feels as though you have forgotten something. Something that you knew very recently.
Yeah, in the loam section there was a try to identify that smell.
Yeah.
What the heck's that smell?
Corn, 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 corn. There's that smell again.
Oh no, I think I know what that smell is. That's not good.
What?
That's a bad smell.
Your companions are a lady in a buttoned cloak and a young male student. They talk among themselves about the seasonable warmth and about how the yellowish glow of the lamps does not show blue silk to best effect. Their words are commonplace, their hands folded and gloved, their opinions supplied by a respectable gazette. You have almost forgotten them even while you are still walking together. The path descends by shallow steps to a broad terrace, as crowded as an imperial exhibition. Gaslight lamp posts are scattered irregularly across a flagstone terrace. Between them are stations, each containing a patient receiving a treatment. Supervising devils tend these stations, stopping first here and then there, like bees at flowers. Approach the spineless curate. He sits in stocks, attended on by a devilish orderly. At the nearest station, a curate has been shackled into an ordinary pillory. His eyes beseech you to visit him. I've seen something. In this light, it's hard not to see things. A devilish orderly jabs the curate with a needle. At the sight of the jab, the curate's skin goes lavender. I'm being treated for not believing in God. I've tried everything. Prayer, fasting, long weekends with a professional saint. None of it worked. My sermons were suffering. My bishop complained. And has it helped? I have dreams of snakes and angels, he says. It hasn't made me a mystic. I don't think the devils are real either, just men with funny eyes, aren't they? The devilish orderly smiles with extra teeth.
They're space bees, buddy. Speeds.
I have no way to help him, so leave him.
Yeah, we need to acquire Thanatopsis to help these people, I think.
Mm-hmm. And I have very little chance of success.
Because your mirrors suck.
Uh-huh. You brush past a matron in gray boots, a train conductor in his uniform, and a young boy who has already adopted an expression of fixed ennui. None of them notices you passing by. None shows any interest in your breaking this convention.
What a boring place. This gaslight terrace.
Ride a port. Ride a port. I suspect I'll find Albion around here somewhere, but my fuel is awfully low right now.
Who sells it?
New Winchester.
And clearly New Winchester. Is there anyone else?
Possibly, but New Winchester is the closest.
So, like, no one on your ways.
Right. There is no one else on my way.
Rub the wound.
It is late, and you are alone. Doubts prey on you. Is this the path you should have taken? You trespass upon the precincts of heaven. What price will be extracted of you? Exacted of you? What price have you already paid? Endure this lean, cruel hour. It will pass. A little better than 1/3. Success. Whew. Questions worry at you, chasing away sleep. Later there is a knock at your door. One of your officers is outside. Sir, we need you. Duty calls. The doubts must wait.
Imposter syndrome. It never goes away.
It doesn't. Supplies!
Yay! Man, my experience when you actually managed to secure a dash of self-confidence is too strongly to be so much delay. That's when you make a disastrous mistake. Blasting the confidence away, of course, you always are.
It's a lot of force.
It is.
Ah!
Power of the horse.
Full force.
Some rumors. Last I did, I thought it was fell on deaf ears.
What was that an actual thing, or was that just like a parody of 80s cartoons?
I think it was a parody, like everyone I was like, I'd have some free fun to watch this. Speak stallion. What's that Nebula?
Of course.
Like they're joking, but they still thought something that actually would have worked pretty well.
Was that Harry? What's his name?
Happy Hair.
Happy Harry.
Maybe. Nice bit of trackless drifting.
Now Port Avon needs seeds.
That's where we got him from.
It is. Well, I don't. Oh, I do have room for one more.
You have 5 hours on it.
Yeah,
The circus wants one.
yeah. I should probably deposit the other 4. That would have to replace my mining drill. But I do think that the extra space would certainly make up for that. At least in the short term. I can re-equip the mining drill once I have a larger vessel. That's most of what I have, but certainly not all.
It would be good to say anything. Here's
What?
the increased to
Very good.
If you can make your trip.
Probably.
Take it a minute. There's a bank tab.
Oh, I think that's for purchasing things and putting them in to the bank. Or selling things directly from the bank.
And it was already in.
I just moved it to the bank.
Oh, I didn't see that happen.
Yep. That'll be enough to get me to the carnival, where I can sell the hours.
What's for engine yards? Is that here in?
Lies to the northeast of New Winchester.
Okay, no, Prospect. Yeah.
Let's go with the seeds one, since I know where Port Avon is, and maybe that'll clue me into some place where I can find seeds.
Seed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Tell us, Prospect, where are seeds?
Where the seeds at Hybris or Ledbetter and Stainrod Nature Reserve. No idea where either of those are.
What if you hover over the...
That just tells me where I'm taking them. That sounds either like it would be somewhere in that cold area, or just way far to the north. So, like, up here somewhere, or over here somewhere.
I assume it's in the reaches here. So
Yes, I would assume.
you shouldn't have to. I don't think the game would even give you prospects that are ready to change regions.
Yeah. Certainly not at this point.
So far, the only other region you've been in is the one you have to flee. In that case, been closed probably until the end game.
Okay, well, let's... And turn in some port reports, not court reports.
Port reports.
Yeah, when there is music, it's nice.
More field music is still back when you find one. Here, oh, yeah.
There we are. 100 sovereigns.
Fortune's changing 1 to 1 there.
Yep.
So vibes are still desperate.
But I have helped the beach in equal measure, so the balance of power remains unchanged.
I'm not sure it's true. You helped the Tapities first, and you seem to have benefited greatly from it.
I think they were, like, I don't think they were evenly matched out here to begin with.
They're probably the most struggling. Through space, train, space train. Train space.
Certainly true.
That sounds like a show on the San Diego's network of those concepts.
Everything's weird in train space.
Yep. On the next episode of Everything's Weird in Train Space. Period wild. Our countless attempts to settle.
Set down beside a pockmarked homestead with a holey roof and cracked windows, its inhabitants have struggled through a bad year and will find the next one's worse.
Hey, training for Brunswick.
Yeah. You know what? We're close enough to sources of supplies, so sure. They are timberers, sawing twigs from the great bronze woods of the Reach and selling them to passing traders. They offer several gleaming logs in return for your supplies.
Great, that's the gleaming cascade. I'm glad you decided to swipe that rock. It looked like it's actually.
Yeah, me too. Whoop! The touch of the skies. Skyfarers exposed to the haunting light of the stars are prone to sudden obsessions and erratic behavior. One of your engineers has taken an oath of utter silence. He refuses to speak or make any sound at all. He has gagged himself and wrapped rags around his feet to muffle his footsteps. He refuses to employ either wrench or hammer. He is not, as it stands, much use. You can find them to quarters where they can do no harm. Send them back to work, keep their hands and their head busy. Yeah, let's try it. Even odds. Success.
Yeah, alright.
You issue them a grueling list of new duties. They have no time now for starry obsessions or wild notions. Engine grease and elbow grease, as you've heard old Skyfarers say. New arrivals at the circus. A fire burns by the obelisk where newcomers mingle. None of them seemed to know what drew them here, save that they had nowhere else they knew they should be. They trade stories and the last of the liquor from their flasks, finding solace here for reasons that even they can't seem to explain. I sound more like an old-timey radio guy than like a Midway Barker, which is what I was trying for. Listen to their stories. Who were they before they were called here? Terror has fallen. By significantly, wow. The broken, the disavowed, the fugitives. Every visitor has their own story and a hole in their heart. A few demonstrate acts with which they hope to join the circus itself. Others talk of their plans to leave this place and resume their lives. Not today, but tomorrow. Or the day after that, perhaps.
Gotcha, Alice.
There you go. Vision of the heavens. A gentleman must prepare for his retirement, the ringmaster says. I intend mine to be long and indolent. You join him at the fire to drink cups of chorister nectar and watch the stars wheel. The new big top shop.
A B class performs a particularly sick wheelie. The B stands for blue. Have you ever flown up to a class B in Elite? It's really blue.
They are really blue. Dabba dee dabba die. Well, while I already have a signaler, well, I
This
don't
is
know.
a signaler that gives you hearts and veils.
And Affiliation Bohemia.
I had an option for a signaler that gave you a lot of mirrors.
Yeah, that.
Just got this.
You can probably tell over here. Veils.
Iron and veils. There's another similar event elsewhere that gave me mirrors. Where she was.
I remember that he was at.
Oh, and his second thing is the thing where he wants to be delivered to Albion? Or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Apparently, that's pronounced secondment.
Sure.
Dang it! I remember what the place looked like. I thought it was Cuddlescombe, but that's something I need something I don't have for, I think.
You would have been careful.
No, it was like a way station or something. And it was right around there, so that it may have been that place. But
Yeah,
it may have
there
been
was that signal box. Signaling box?
yeah, exactly. That is the place.
Oh, right, it wasn't the lady, it was the crazy guy who wanted stories.
No, that's this guy.
Oh, is that this case? I'm getting confused with difference.
Okay. Well, I need to find places. So perhaps I should, given the direction I'm facing, swing out this way, not too far, but make my way to Titania and just see what I find on the way.
You got the need
For seeds.
I used the GF once, and now I can't remember what the heck a seed is. I don't really use that.
Nilsson's Point.
Intentionally making girlfriend in their
Van Zessen Waste.
waste up and why are these corroded up around?
It was probably deliberate. Like a design choice. Not in a,
Yeah, but the players will like it if we make them look weird.
like crap, what's that word that means in universe that I can never remember?
Oh, flag. You did.
No.
I use that word regularly. It's being butt much. Superstars are high. He's in the insurance system, right?
Father wanted to move here, but bees happened. Oh, help defend Titania. All hands ready, all weapons. Fire! God, fire! Titania is under siege. Chorister bees flood its streets and petals. The thrashing of their wings is the drumbeat of apocalypse, and the people flee in panic from their mighty stingers. But there is no safe harbor and no respite. All is lost. 100% chance of success.
Dies irae, dies apis.
I didn't read that. That's fantastic.
Back to the train! Peace!
Hey, Mom.
This is worse.
Apocalypse.
Everything.
Back to the train, bees. I like that.
Yeah. But
Mighty stingers.
success. Plain song drowns the lamentation and the fury and the mind. All the world joins death's hymnal, those who proudly defy their fate and those who beg for wretched mercy, those who raise their arms, those who buckle their knees. The chorister hive takes the lyrics of poets yet unwritten, the unsung songs from lips now forever silent. It is only iron and fire that quietens the voice of carnage. But lo, the song ends only by its own accord. Once the nectar is gathered, the hive departs, and there is a lasting silence. You now have one gourd of chorister nectar. Little remains of the port now that the hive has departed. The crystal domes are cracked, the buildings beneath them lie in ruins. Survivors pick through the rubble for salvage while a philosopher proclaims on the nature of destruction and rebirth. The more practical poets glare daggers in their direction as they attempt to rebuild. The damage from the chorister hive doesn't appear to have dampened the mood. Write a port report.
Pity about the nearby chorister hive.
Mm-hmm.
Woo. These happened indeed. Diegetic.
Diegetic, thank you.
It doesn't start with an eye, but it has an eye near to start.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Rain.
Now I forget what I was saying that had me looking for the word diegetic. Right, the spidery lookingness of the old pipes and stuff.
Hmm.
When I said it was probably intentional, I didn't mean diegetically.
They just wanted it to look spidery, dark, and stuff that with spiders.
Or, you know, at least spookiness in general. Two of Titania's most prominent citizens are arguing about the new direction of the port, post-beepocalypse. The rhapsodic mayor is disinclined to be the deciding vote. The rhapsodic mayor looks relieved to see you. Ah, Captain, perhaps you can help me settle a little matter for us. We have agreed that we need to choose one style and stick with it, but... She sighs, gesturing at her fellow council members, the melancholy poet and stone-faced sculptor. Well, we find ourselves at an impasse. Your thoughts? Ah, I cannot make either choice.
I'll be honest, a little slice of home in the reach. Sturdy rock from which will help guide the future.
Or Eleutherian, her dark beauty, the lure of the classic and the pagan. What inspiration we can draw from that horror. I have done neither of those, so I cannot speak for either.
Bye!
They are unlikely to come to a decision anytime soon.
You depart swiftly. Yeah, that's about what I would do in that situation. I gotta go.
Attending an art exhibition. Titania's largest petal hums with activity.
As long as it's not buzzing.
The melancholy poet, rhapsodic mayor, and stone-faced sculptor have brought their best students together to showcase their work. They stand at a respectful distance, glaring at each other. Rickety wooden stages showcase the students' latest work. Oh good, lost more terror. You spend several pleasant hours surrounded by art, much of it painted with pigments sourced from the Reach's unique flora and inspired by the chorister bees. Once the visitors have moved away, however, they immediately launch into lengthy diatribes on the many ways they could have done better.
Inspired by the horrors of the bees. Bees!
In the porphyry font. They certainly pay good money for stories here. But perhaps I could use them for something else. How much more chorister nectar did I need? Oh, none. I finished that one. Okay. Good.
You just got one from the
Yeah.
bees.
Bees!
This day of wrath, day of bees. Seeds. What?
They're
What?
selling seeds and buying them.
What?
Herp derp.
Oh, we'll take these.
Yep. And put them over here.
Done and done. Alright.
Profit. That should do it, the florid landscapist declares. She stores the sacks carefully away from any sources of water, for the flora of the Reach is dangerously ebullient when nourished. Impeccable service. Please accept this additional compensation. 100 sovereigns, 150 experience.
Alright. And how many seeds needs for...
3. So I need 2 more.
Okay. You know a good source of them, or is this just like they had a deal here?
They had a deal they had a bargain in the places that I have found seeds already. The places where we can get seeds we haven't found yet. Those being Hybris and
Right.
the nature reserve.
Yeah.
Hey, Mom, would you mind pouring me some more drink? Thank you. Still have a little bit, but thanks. All right, let's F some of these clouds here.
How is that stuck? Of all the idiocies.
Mm-hmm.
My eyes.
Thank you.
I thought it was May the Rats Eat Your Eyes.
No, that's something else. Oh, well, this is just a little Gulf Bay thing there. Okay. Well, now I know. Just some pirates. But for them, this will be a crump stomp. Got him. Loot the hold. Clasped jewelry box. Gossip. Lovians. passage here. There's a building there. What are you?
Nothing like drinking fresh fruits. That sounds perfect.
Fresh roast.
Not enough.
The incautious driver looks wistful. Father sent me here to work a quiet job. Couldn't keep it. Nature reserve. Here we go. This is the place. Ah, come on. At night, your sleep is peppered with uncomfortable dreams. The sky of your dream is blazing gold. It is peppered, no, crowded with suns. Suns piled on suns, like the groats in a miser's hoard. Their light floods you. It shines through skin and blood and meat, picking out your branching veins and the slender pillars of your bones. Is there no more to you than this? Wake. Conversation, tea, perhaps a biscuit. Those fundamental human things that help us forget numinous moments like this. Sure. Try it. Failure.
Oh.
You've gained 5 terror. You find other crew in the galley and tell them of your dream. They are unsettled. They had the same dream, too.
I can see why that would cause terror on the crew.
Mm-hmm.
But a new port makes you lose much.
Mm-hmm. Leadbetter and Stainrod is an elderly London company, the custodians of the Empire's first supernal nature reserve. To find work with them, head for Capabilities Cabins. If you'd rather enjoy the reserve, seek the gateway of Albert's Edel.
Is it Leadbetter or Leadbeater?
Spelled like that, I would still say Leadbetter, but it could be Leadbeater.
Yeah, something about Leadbetter just sounds so much like Bedway.
Leadbetter is an actual name, though.
Bedwetter and steamed rod.
Gross. This concrete bay is for loading and unloading locomotives. It disappoints tourists who expect to arrive at a scenic waterside. It mainly caters for the workers of the Leadbetter and Stainrod Company who come to collect goods from the laboratories here. Cable cars link to the main reserve below and to the scientific base at the Capabilities Inquest. Port report. The Leadbetter and Stainrod Nature Reserve is a national park maintained at great expense by the company. Scores of researchers come here to study the nature of the Reach. Many visitors come here too for a pleasant holiday.
You'd think you would have known where this was already.
Converse with your fellow captains. What brings them out this way? For a few, it's the work provided by Leadbetter and Stainrod. For the rest, the reason is the same. They're drawn by the beauty of the reserve. Some are here with tourists from across the Empire. Others are here to give their crews a respite. Others were simply passing by and couldn't resist stopping in. Speak with a watcher by the station. He stares at your crew as they disembark your engine. He turns away when none emerge holding anything. He's clearly agitated. Sorry, the man apologizes. I didn't mean to stare. It's just, we've been waiting for a delivery from London. Really important supplies. I don't suppose you might be heading anywhere near the relay to Albion, would you? If you would check if anything's happened to it, we'd really appreciate it. Albion Transit Relay lies to the north-northeast of New Winchester, near Port Prosper.
Oh, Albion's a whole sector. Okay.
Impounded, huh? A clump of cabins used by Leadbetter and Stainrod's researchers as they plumb and catalog the secrets of the reserve. Enterprising captains may find work for the company here. Base of research. The researchers of the reserve have a number of laboratories scattered among the tourists' cabins. That doesn't look ominous at all.
No.
From here, they study the mysteries of the Reach. Read the request to all park goers. A researcher of the reserve has pinned up a call for aid. We want to study the powerful forces of nature at work in the Reach, so that we may improve the life of all citizens of the Empire. If you are an intrepid sort and willing to aid our earnest efforts, we are offering a reward for the following. Help with stopping to use random capitalization.
Mhm.
I see you're interested, the phlegmatic researcher has wheeled up behind you. His left leg is raised, perhaps to reduce the very obvious swelling. The keys to understanding the remarkable principles of growth and cultivation are waiting here. We just need suitable specimens. If you aid our research, I'll ensure you're properly remunerated.
Remunerated.
Remuneration. Inquire to his current course of study. Currently, I'm making a study of the orderliness of the Reach. It may be untamed, but a firm logic has guided its growth. I wish to better understand this principle. He needs some of the following requests. Of course, he's happy to reward you if you bring back more.
Wings of a chorister bee. Ants.
Ants.
Just some ants.
And puss. Hybris pus.
Gross.
Very gross.
The weeping sores of Hybris heal deeper insight. Ants. Newly introduced to humankind. Some clues about the behavior of ants.
Let's start with this one. Seek the wings of a chorister bee. What is it that makes them sing when their smaller sisters only buzz? Ants. Given the reports of the ants circling those soon to die, we consider the creatures apt for study. Again, with the random capitalization. The weeping sores of Hybris may yield deeper insight into the verdant Reach. It may hold properties either beneficial or detrimental to the human frame. We intend to find out.
I think the...
Well, yeah, that's the start of a new sentence, so... Albert's Edel. The Failbetter and Stainrod Nature Reserve is an immense, untrodden hinterland of the Reach's unreasonably fecund flora and fauna. Or fecund. How is that pronounced?
I'm not sure. Fecund. Ew. Unreasonably fecal flora.
No. Not remotely what that means.
Oh, poop beasts again. Disgusting. Yeah, apparently ocelots smell strongly of cat pee.
I'm not surprised. They are cats.
Met an ocelot at the zoo, and the creature is like kind of zipping around his enclosure a little bit because I think it was approaching him feeding time. He's like, yes, please, you know.
Okay, either of those pronunciations are all right, apparently.
And as he came zipping towards us, I could sense a surprisingly strong stench of cat pee at a surprising distance.
It's got to mark his territory. The park is filled with birds and flowers, trees and woodland creatures, streams and bumbling insects, and other insidious dangers.
It's not like he'd accidentally marked himself.
Visitors are not allowed to venture too deeply into the reserve without an escort. Tour guides are essential in this place. Park guests are forbidden from entering the deeper sections of the reserve alone. The only person available to help you is a romantic ornithologist. He is lean and plainly dressed with a long, wiry beard. The other researchers introduce you. Did you know our colleague here, one indicates the ornithologist, is looking for the mythical bird whose beak pecks away at the mountain of eternity? They stifle giggles. The ornithologist maintains his smile and gestures toward the forest path. I'll be glad to show you the reserve. I hope you'll join me later. You can often find me at the watchtower.
So he's looking for the woodpecker of time?
Sure. If he is not hiking through the wilderness or camping beneath the bough of one of the great trees, he is sat alone in his watchtower, watching for his bird. Welcome, T. Ask about the bird. What is it, and why? There are other birds I could study, of course, he says, shrugging, but that's not the point. We had thought this bird a myth, the bird who wears away at the mother of mountains, pebble by pebble, but miners have seen it. The heavens are home to improbable things. How does he find the wilderness?
It's right there.
He smiles like a child. It is my home, he says. My church. Is he on good terms with the other scientists? The ornithologist tilts his head from side to side. I get on better alone. It's not that I don't enjoy company, but... He scratches his beard. I think it's a difference in philosophy. They want to conquer nature and her secrets. I want to be her confidant. Take a quick trip into the reserve, sure. The romantic ornithologist clasps his hands with quiet delight when he sees you. I've found a most wonderful place. Shall we? You delve into the reserve together. The birds sing around you. The flowers offer sweet perfumes. A pleasing breeze tumbles through a glade and whistles around a mountain bend. 2 sky stories. Take a walk alone. Sure, that could be interesting.
Or dangerous.
Or dangerous. There are reasons why tour guides are considered essential here. The reserve is not for the faint-hearted. Most visitors will soon find themselves desperately lost. If you are fortunate in that, while you spend a while exploring to find only nothing, you are still able to return... you are fortunate in that, while you spend a while exploring and to find only nothing, you are still able to return to safety. So I need a guide if I want to find anything. Tea.
Tea.
Is it tea? Is it really? Is tea that malachite shade of green? Are tea leaves usually so serrated? Certainly it's tea-ish. That's probably good enough out here.
Right?
Right? Okay, so... I can easily afford 4 of these. That will leave me enough for 1 each of supplies and fuel. 1... Oh, wait. I should get as many of these as I need.
Yeah, don't forget your seeds.
I need 2 more.
Seeds. Seeds.
I should buy 1 more supplies as well. And perhaps 1 more fuel. Now I shall buy more, buy 2T for arbitrage.
Arbitrage.
I shall buy 2T.
Doody.
Duty.
Doody doody doo.
Doobie-doobie-doo. Okay, let's see if I can get out this way and reach port 8. Ooh. Oh dear. It was a trap. As did I. I should still probably repair soon. But,
I got you in the start.
ah. Star Maddened Explorer. Oh, jeez. Wrong way. The crew of this weathered engine had been driven mad by the winds and the stars and the things that haunt the sky. Loot the hold. Gain random treasures. Unlikely to gain crew. Not that I need crew.
You need crew. That's a duel.
A faintly luminescent cage. A light burns from within. 2 uncanny specimens. The things being transported in this cage did not survive the journey, though they still glow faintly.
Okay.
Okay, well, I can't get through there. That answered that question.
It almost looks like you can, but yeah, it's just like a little blue. It's a little bit of magic right there.
Hull damage. Your hull is a little worse for wear. Try to repair it soon. You can do this for a small fee at New Winchester and certain other ports, or sometimes by salvaging from the wrecks of your opponents. Yep.
Oh yeah, those are going to actually have like 4 people
Certainly increasing my terror. Oh no!
I think there were going to be bees.
Of course I thought there were going to be bees. Ooh, no joke. Got him. I side jumped in the wrong direction. The swarm is a ruin of twitching legs and broken wings. One of the bees, the sigil on its back occluded with ichor, begins its final tremulous song. Listen to its death hymn to gain experience. They say it contains secrets if you can bear to listen all the way to the end. But
chorister bees apparently do, and that's what's weird about them.
That's why they're called chorister bees.
That's why the researcher wants wings.
Mm-hmm. The crewman is sent out to sift through their corpses. Sometime later, he returns with a single pair of wings your assault did not perforate or shatter. The North Green. The wreck gleams with frost. Its windows are dark, its engine silent. Perhaps something of value lies within. No, let's use her to repair. Oh, that was significant. Gained 11 hull. Engineers don sky suits and retrieve the salvageable plating, using it to patch the worst of your locomotive's damage.
Excellent.
What?
Tentacles?
Tentacles indeed.
Here's the spice next bit.
Ah,
Oh, that really hurt. Dodge.
ah.
Oh, no. Okay,
Very bad. Running. Nail.
that is not your average Tiger Scout. That was bad.
Yep.
I like how much damage that did.
Me neither.
Definitely your boat, or your train is very 30 total, I think.
I think so, yeah. A commotion in the cabins. A stoker has discovered a creature wrapped affectionately around his Toby jug, a gift from his aunt. The creature is as long as your arm and looks like a leech bred with an eel. It is one of the guests. The guests are drawn to glimmers of sentiment in the broad, hard skies. One attracts others until they will fill a locomotive like the meat fills a sausage. By the time they move on, you will have all been mashed to paste. If there's one, there may already be more. No one knows how the guests communicate with each other across such vast distances, but somehow, word gets out.
Yep.
Your crew are thorough, even stripping panels from the walls to check the cavities behind. They locate and expel nearly half a dozen of the glistening, coiling creatures. Was that all of them? There's no way to be sure.
You have guest support.
Great. Hello, I am guest.
This again.
Mm-hmm.
I'll see if you can't make the ball.
Yep. They all had the same dream.
Stop that!
Rigor. Failure.
Waste wave.
You impose 3 days of half rations on the crew. If they want to waste food, they can experience a taste of the consequences. Abruptly, the bowls of food vanish from outside the empty cabin. Outside, plaintive winds blow. The waste wave is displeased with you.
Wait, this is a real thing? Oh, great. There are gods inside.
Of course there are. Sure, the engineer here has little to do. She could use the distraction. Nice. 28 hull for 25 sovereigns. Hot dog. Good as new, she announces, squinting sadly at your engine. Near has, anyway.
Good job, engineer. Yeah, you have so. You can host a tea party if you grabbed on tea.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think I only bought 2. Yeah. And also, I have a lot of gossip. I may as well.
It's now 8. You had plenty.
Cool. Terror has fallen. Good. Sit with the eel fishers. They line the straight, stony edge of a block that juts into the sky, their rods hanging over the edge. Colonies of pardoner eels, smoky as sardines, breed on the underside of the port.
Howdy, pardoner.
You watch as the fishers snag their wriggling prey, heave them onto the rock, and put an end to their thrashing with eel mallets. The catches are infrequent, though, and aside from those occasional struggles, always swiftly ended by a meaty thwack, you can sit back, enjoy the starlight, and make a conversation. Attend a service at the church. Yeah, I do need to continue to deal with my terror. Oh, Sky Story. That works too. The congregation is a mix of attentive locals sitting primly at the front and visitors perched at the back. The accordionist coaxes them into an attempt at Judge Eternal throned in splendor.
Accordionist.
I mean, if you think about it, an accordion is basically a portable organ.
So's a pair of lungs.
Yeah, with only one pipe, though. And I mean, sure, that one pipe can emit a variable pitch, but it cannot emit multiples at once.
I think there are Mongolians who will disagree.
Most people cannot do most people cannot do both multiple at once. Nowhere in.
Appreciate the amount of sunlight.
All right, who was this?
Sharp-sighted cryptozoologist.
Excuse me, I need passage. I don't suppose you could help me. I'm on the trail of unusual beasts. I can pay you for your time. Where does she need to go? Lustrum, beams the short-sighted cryptozoologist. She leans in conspiratorially, then, realizing that she's whispering to one of the inn's wooden beams, leans over to where you actually are. I hear there's a curator who lives there, with people, Mr. Pennies. I've always wanted to meet a curator. Just safely. Sure. Success. Lost 2 sovereigns. Terror has fallen. The taste is so sweet, so appley, so heart-twangingly, breath-catchingly nostalgic that it would be easy to miss the kick. What a dangerous little beverage. You drink judiciously and only allow yourself one more mug. Every sip reminds you of a world that is lost, somewhere at the far end of the universe. Recruit a likely lass or lad. They are young, inquisitive, and sick to the back teeth of Port Avon. Perhaps they can be encouraged to sign on. Not right now.
Put on crew for a moment.
Yeah.
I believe they wanted something. Oh, right, those words. I believe they wanted something.
Yep.
Bird and seeds.
Money! The vicar is delighted. Ha! Shan't be the laughing stock of the village this year. I shall even put the carpenter's marrows to shame. Thank you for recognizing the importance of our competition. Extra 50 sovereigns, 150 experience, welcome of 6.
Tasty.
Shawarma and Sons.
Salty.
It's by... Actually, no. Or, well, yeah, I can't get the cheap fuel since I got the cheap repairs. So now it's just the munitions. How many do I have banked? I don't know.
Some. 4 or something? You see, they're bound for Lustrum, just like the short sighted.
Mm-hmm. And Lustrum is east-northeast.
East northeast of here? Or
East-northeast of New Winchester.
Huh?
That being the apparent center of this region.
The hub, where the bank is.
The hub.
The hub.
The hoob.
Snoot.
Okay. And there's no... Oh, 2 days to new bargains? Okay, I can wait that out. Now, does time pass just if I'm sitting here? I think it does. I'm going to grab myself a snack. Oh, sorry, Reed. I could be wrong, though. I may have to undock.
Yeah, the crew's not consuming supplies, probably not passing that.
Oh boy, so that means that, place, Lustrum, is probably right over here past, that horrible thing that I found.
That horror
Mm-hmm.
is up there.
Maybe I should try going this way instead.
Is that still north?
That passage is straight east, but I'm hoping there might be a way. Like
Because
that.
otherwise you have to go through like the scary part. Or what if you like go more north of the destination it's telling you? Oh, you've been there and then
Mm-hmm.
that's where you found Caroline.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the edge of the region. So. Yeah, it's either past or south of the border. Whee!
Or it could just be on that island there, and I just barely missed it. Or right there.
Also possible. If you've been using your scout, you'd probably know. But unfortunately, scouts consume a little much in terms of supplies.
Yeah.
They're probably more useful later in the game.
Alright, so let's investigate those few spots.
Destinations.
And if those are empty... Actually, wait, it's 2 days until new deals here, so let's wait for that. This is ominous.
Never mind. There it goes.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Hey, there's a light house or something.
Well, that was long enough. Circumnavigated that island.
What's going on in the village?
I don't know, I was wondering about that too.
Does Ivor do that, or is that like
Could be that.
the...
Oh, no, it's white bunting.
Oh, okay.
I see it flapping a little bit. Spirifer is an unlicensed dealer in souls. This one has a perpetual sniffle. He finds a quiet corner to show you a sample of grubby bottles. Wispy shapes coil inside. See? Fine as porcelain. Swears every one of them was teetotal or church-going. Sure. I can take those to Caroline. Fill up on that before a
Take those to Carolina.
rather large, or well, not large, rather long voyage to find a place.
guests.
Your engine continues to play host to a burgeoning population of uninvited guests. This morning, a writhing torrent of the creatures poured from the pantry and oozed quickly away into their hiding spaces. They had been at the Better Biscuits. Construct a shrine to the Waste Waif. The Waste Waif is the shepherd of the winds, a lonely power of the sky's abandoned places. You have heard the guests revere it. But I do not have her attention. The guests are drawn to companionship, forbid the crew from fraternizing. Actually succeeded.
Nice.
You ban gatherings in groups of more than 2. You insist meals are taken alone in the crew's cabins and not the galley. After dinner, they may read quietly for 20 minutes. There will be no music, no games, no conversation. No one is happy, but the guests, denied the flicker of warmth fostered when people find ways to exist beside each other, least of all, they sink into quiescence for a time. Thank you. Your guest timer quality is now 104.
I don't like that that's a thing. You want to, keep extra supplies around and try to do something nice for the waste when it actually turns up.
Yeah, I think you're right.
What happened if you did the thing where, you see it yourself to show there's no achievement? Close encounters situation. Take a box.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the fatalistic thing one. He has 6 freaking mirrors. And boom.
What does he want? Oh. He's startled by your response. Oh, right. Was expecting you to say no, to be honest. You ask what he was doing here. I work the Isambard line. I'm the last one, I suppose. Hitch rides between the boxes, make repairs, sweep up a bit. That I could do with a change of scene. He seems unsure. Well, I'd better get my things together. Picks up a modest hold-all and checks his hat on his head. Yes, I think that's everything. After you, sir.
Never heard of the Isambard line, but apparently it's the signal boxes are part of it.
Read the ledger. The Vision of the Heavens. Handwriting is poor but legible. Captain Chen withdrew from the cache, citing desperate times. There is a column for miscellaneous notes. The captain writes of a vast object that drew a burning arc across their path. It seared a line into their vision and the navigator's heart. She insisted on trying to follow it for days.
The spider has trapped a teeth.
Oh no, wait, I need a second for that. And, oh no.
Thankfully, it's just ignoring the that's
Loot the hold.
Luminous Engage again.
Vision of the Heavens. A silver idol rests inside the cage. 4 wings extend from it. Extend? 4 wings extend from its hunched shoulder. I can't talk. Excuse me.
Extend from its
You
What
can't
is it?
talk either.
4
Her wings extend from its hunched shoulders. Made from moonstone, your navigator says in a hushed voice, to amplify the light of the stars.
There's something about wings extend hunched and shoulders slapped together in that manner
Uh-huh.
that drips my way.
Astrum. Dimsdale.
Astron.
Dimsdale. Dimsdale Piranha.
What kind of fish?
No, it's a gangster.
Oh.
Haunted by a hedgehog named Spiny Norman.
It's refused. Alright. Okay. Easter eggs.
Schwartz's Oath.
There's nothing but frosted rock around here.
Yeah, let's stop at Carillon for some supplies.
Loot.
Ooh, loot. That works too.
Kellogg's frosted rocks. Get ready to dodge away from something.
Supplies. Excellent.
Delicious.
Still use more.
Gasps.
Your locomotive is still riddled with guests. A boil of them erupts in one of the cabins, crushing the crew sleeping there. After the guests withdraw back into the hidden corners and crannies of your engine, you inspect the room. It looks like the boil was attracted to a locket from a stoker's sweetheart, which had fallen under a bunk. The guests are drawn to things of sentimental value, heirlooms, knickknacks, mementos. You should set an example by disposing of some personal items of your own. You will gain terror, but it might get rid of your guests. Hmm.
What's that about Star Sword? Oh, okay, so you drop 3 sky stories.
Mm-hmm.
Gain terror. Oh. Oh.
You cast several mementos of your travels out of an exterior hatch. The crew follow suit, giving keepsakes and crumpled, well-read letters to the sky. Have you done enough to impress upon them the need to be merciless? Some refuse to meet your gaze. Over the next few days, you continue to find guests coiled in sock drawers and cupboards. They have not departed.
That lasts 4 crew.
Mm-hmm.
You're undercrewed now.
When you have fewer crew than your locomotive's minimum safe manning number, things will begin to go wrong. Great.
Well, we'll have to fix that, Carolyn.
Mm-hmm. If I can.
You're already going wrong. The guests, for instance.
Buy indulgences in bulk. "10 penance indulgence. After all," remarks the devil, "as Carillon is not inexpensive to maintain. We have the food and provisions for the devils and the patients, then there's the upkeep of the building, the labor for the bells, the effort to advertise Carillon's services to those abroad, and you would not believe what we spend on devising the penances themselves. I spend half the day on requisitions: pitchforks, tongs, ice, soap by the hundredweight. With a donation of this scale, you can expect very substantial benefits from Carillon." Munitions! I, mm,
Hmm.
mm.
Hmm. Is there something you can sell? Ah, jeez.
Nope.
You have plenty of loot on you, but
I just need supplies, and I can't hire on more.
crew, unless you can get them from within Carillon.
Which is possible. What did he need again? Penance, shift of perspective. Enlightenment.
Identify this scent.
It lingers in the air, mingled with the rose scent and the smoke. Wood from the back of a wardrobe, folded newspaper, musty correspondence, the smell of a mother's hidden keepsake drawer opened by a child. Perhaps you've looked into topics you should not have. Perhaps your soul has been consumed and spat out again by an unspeakable beast. Sure, let's do that. Your soul is nearly in good condition now. 500 XP, gained 4 Tales of Terror and 4 Sky Stories. It's a good exchange, I'd say. There's no real gate, but not much of a wall either. There's only a low stone barrier, perhaps a foot tall, easy to step over. The thorn bushes grow thorns an inch or more long. There are paths between them, but it's hard to pass by without tearing one's clothes. The devils who work here have scratches on their forearms, though they do not seem to mind. There's not a single comfortable place to sit. The professional penitent, she is seated on a stool eating vast quantities of sorbet. See, treacle from one, sorbet from another. She collects penance for other people. It's a slow process, but the quality is better than the indulgence. Penance one may buy from the presiding deviless. The penitent is seated on a stool, eating from an enormous barrel of violet sorbet. There is enough to supply a carnival. The penitent's lips are blue, her fingers are sticky. There are purple smears on her frock. Wasps are taking an interest in the side of her face. When you come over, she puts down her spoon long enough to greet you. I'm here on behalf of a viscountess who doesn't love her children. She is waiting back in London for me to deliver her penance. Pointedly, the supervising devil sets another long-handled spoon at her elbow.
Um. Uh, I'm not really sure that personal growth is something capitalism can. Um, mm,
Ask the penitent about a devil with rose-colored gloves. Oh, yes, she smiles reminiscently when you describe the devil in question. I know him, she says. I've been coming here a long time in my line of work. He used to be very highly placed, you know. And then the presiding deviless caught him pinching supplies from the storehouse and gave him a demotion. Now he performs a few of the lesser punishments. Some lightweight pitchforking, a little work with the hot poker, but his heart isn't in it. Devils don't stick long at anything.
easier to leave than enter.
Okay, well, given that I am short on so much, I fear I may have to return to New Winchester. Because who knows how long until I locate Lustrum, thank you. It's probably nearby.
I wonder if it's that.
Could
well,
be.
I guess it wouldn't be that.
Yeah, could be right around here, but it might be.
It would be to the south. It would be somewhere to the north.
Yeah. Okay, there isn't an intersecting line going this way, but several of these lines radiate from New Winchester, which kind of makes me think that they ought to align to various directions. You know, like that ought to be northeast, which should make that or that east to northeast. But there isn't a clear east, so I don't know. And I don't know where all those other lines radiate to or from either.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what exactly those are doing.
Maybe they're decorative.
That'd be inconvenient.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, if I'm going to have money, I should pass by those places first. So perhaps Memorial to the Unknown Rat to regain a little, or to lose a little terror. Head down that way, and then to New Winchester.
Can you afford to buy another supplies?
No.
Is there something you can maybe sell?
The only thing I can sell here is supplies.
That's all it'll take.
Oh wait, I thought I already bought one more supplies. There.
Oh, okay.
I had intended to buy one more, but
Devils have always got on with bees. You don't say.
Junior Signaler receives a dose of medicinal port in the infirmary after seeing a frozen corpse spin past a window. Yes. I can deal with the nightmares later. At, that place. Magdalene's, thank you. Your terror has fallen. Your nightmares are now awful. A visitation, the staring light. For weeks you felt the pressure of hidden eyes, their gaze gnawing into your skin like burrowing ants. At first you suspected the junior navigator, who you caught glancing your way not once but twice, but she seemed baffled by your sharp rebuke. As you sit in your quarters, the cloying sense of scrutiny mounts. You stare helplessly from the window. The stars stare endlessly back. Shutter all the windows. The stars pierce you like needles. All you can do is hide.
Why did that do damage?
Lost 8 hull. You order all the shutters closed. All of them? Yes, all. The train drifts blindly through the sky. Rubble crashes and thumps against the hull, shaking the floor. Doors rattle in their frames. Your crew beg you to lift the shutters, but you're enjoying your hard-won privacy. You can't bury yourself again. Not yet.
That's whatever. Okay.
Something hostile that way, but...
Angry honk. They're like terrifying space force.
Your engine is operating with only a skeleton crew, and you are all forced to take double shifts. Everyone is tired and increasingly lax. The in traveled from increasingly. Something must be done. Yeah, we're headed for we're headed back for town. We can afford one extra. Bellies full and heads fuzzy with brandy, you all sleep well. The crew awake with improved dispositions, ready to deliver the standard of work you require.
What's that about the low crew? Who's like something?
That's true.
Look at how slowly it's moving.
Mm-hmm.
Silver linings. Look.
Screams from the aft. Several boils of guests have erupted simultaneously throughout the locomotive and conglomerated into a tide of wriggling flesh that surges inexorably along an aft passage. Drastic action is required. You will lose hull.
11 apparently.
I think I can survive that. I mean, immediately, yes, I can survive that. Abandon the posterior third of your locomotive, let the guests exhaust themselves, and then you pray they may depart.
There's also, unless your crew drive them out, apparently you can't do it for some reason.
This will cost crew.
That's why.
So let's do that one.
That's the only thing you can actually spare. Oh!
Failure?
Yeah, didn't you see it?
Oh,
Beer
shit.
challenge.
You're no longer plagued by guests. Okay. You barricade the corridors with plating stripped from the hull. As time passes and the number of guests grow, the barricades begin to bulge. You hurry to reinforce them and plug holes behind pipework and paneling. Then, after several tense days, silence. You risk a look. The aft sections are a ruin, slick with greasy secretions and littered with broken equipment. Your guests have departed. The locomotive is yours again. Lost 10 hull, gained 20 terror, and 1 tale of terror. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. I hadn't just... Looks like... I think that's a Tackety Scout. It looks like one. Of course, the thing that was overtaken by guests was also a Tackety Scout, so...
Is that how you got them?
I think so, yes.
It's a shot you once.
Mm-hmm.
Ew.
Recent news, skullduggery at Port Avon. The pages of the Gazette are awash with scandal. The Port Avon Parish Council complains of noises from the local ruins at night. The prudent secretary is eager for any information of Tackety activity in the ruins. The indurate veteran would also like someone to look into the matter, though not too hard, mind. Sure, investigate.
There's something you can do.
The Gazette has little of concrete use. Rumors of this or that criminal spied in the ruins, a particularly lurid theory about sacrificing company officials to unmentionable powers. If you want to find out what's really going on, you'll have to go to Port Avon. Winchester War digging at Port Avon. Travel and find out what the Tacketies are up to. Go, 400 sovereigns. Mm-hmm. There are no shops there.
say switches.
Indeed. Let's see, I should repair again.
Let's see, can we compare 2 for 30 and then everything else for 3. An occurrence.
A major confrontation over Carillon reported 3 days ago. Inmates crowded onto the balconies of the sanatorium to watch the firefight. Debris and ash rained from the skies, burning away enough of the clouds that several patients had to be immediately treated for sky madness. The senior devil tells me the Windward Company secured an outright victory. As for the Tackety crews, they are apparently being well taken care of. Oh, really? She was stretching. Yeah. Nothing has changed there. Promise of days. No, that's just the normal stuff. I was wondering if we might find something of interest here that might, like a potential different way. Two or three. That'll get me to the minimum. Yeah, okay. Three crew, 40 sovereigns. Very good. And bronzewood for the Prosper engine yards. Absolutely, we have a bit of that.
Got some bronzewood. Don't know where the blazes prosperous.
We'll find it eventually.
Is anything going to work doing night wings?
Nope. Yeah, 5 literature for the circus.
Not sure we got literature.
Bronzewood can be reliably purchased from the circus, Trader's Wood, and Aklis. It can also be mined in the Reach and salvaged from scribe spinsters. Literature. Pamphlets at the station advertise an auction of literature to be held at an auction house in Port Prosper.
Again with Prosper.
Well, I'll find it. Victoria Market. Victoria. I think I'll sell the honey for now, since it was found anyway, and nobody's asking for it currently.
Congratulations on not being a relocks. FF11 deep cuts. Stained with pain flash.
Okay, I need a lot of this stuff.
Made it through about 2 or 3 situations that could have made game overs.
Yeah.
It is now 12:20.
Ah, so we should probably call
and
it
this
a night.
happens to just be an excellent stopping point.
Indeed. Oops.
We have marching orders for ourselves, so that we populate your journal.
Mm-hmm.
Exploration, rough idea of where we need to explore.
Mm-hmm.
and
Somewhere
a place
to the
we need
northeast.
To go.
Yep.
Though it doesn't really have anything.
Yeah. Would you mind opening the desk so I can do the stuff? Thank you for watching, everyone.
Get up without running over the kitty.
I should be back tomorrow afternoon, where I'll be playing more Cultist Simulator. Saturday night. I need to talk with Brendan to be sure, but this should be a weekend for an early grave where we're playing 8 doors. And then Saturday night, Stone of Graves. I think we're going to do the original movie scenario from Alien Isolation for that. And then next Thursday, more of this.
And the original what's there for English?
There was an add-on scenario that was based on the movie Alien.
No.
Yeah.
I'm going to play as not Amanda. Indeed.
Right.
Ellen. There we go.
Now, Spartan Janitor is streaming right now. It's nothing spooky, but we can go say hey to him.
Oddly enough, Alien has a much more cheery ending. Ellen and Jonesy survived just fine.
Mm-hmm. Although they do survive by going to sleep in cryo chambers and basically just
With no certainty of rescue.
yeah. But I think on a course for someplace.
But based on certain sound effects that took place at one of the points when she blacked out, I do believe Amanda was straight up boned.
Yeah.
And that is really sad because she fought so hard.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not fair.
Well, anyway. Let's go raid. Thanks again for watching, everybody, and I do hope to see you next time. Good night.
Good night.